Welcome back to the Cottagegoth library. I'm Lunacia, or Luna for short, and very welcome to this stream for today. So it is Sunday. What have you been up to this weekend? What are your plans for today? Let me know. I've had a couple of really busy weekends. So last weekend I pretty much did a lot of chores, and 1st of May is International Workers' Day, which was on Friday, and that is a public holiday here, so I had the day off of work. So I did more chores. Normally I actually go out like to the rally and stuff, but this year I decided to stay at home and do chores. Maybe enjoying the weather a little bit every now and then out on the balcony, but today is a great day, so... yesterday, on the other hand, we had guests over for game night. I have one friend who came a little earlier, so we solved crosswords together, because we're both really enjoying crosswords. And I don't know about you, but I find solving crosswords together is much more fun than just doing it on my own. And now I have this crossword magazine that I bought in February last year, 2025. And I finally finished all the crosswords. There's some like Sudokus and stuff in there, but I don't really care about those as much. So I can now justify buying a new crossword magazine, so I'm going to do that. And then eventually so this friend that I have is from work, and I have another friend from work, and she and her husband came, and we had dinner. I made a chickpea vegetable pot thing, like stew, I guess, with some Indian spices in, but I didn't put in chili or anything because my friend can't eat, my second work friend, she can't eat spicy food, like hot food. So I was like, oh, how am I supposed to make food and not make it hot? So I had to I didn't put in any chili and just a little bit of ginger, and also some coconut milk, so it wasn't very hot. It was actually, to me, it was a bit bland, but I can understand people thinking it wasn't bland, but to me it was a little bit bland. But I have leftovers, and when I am going to kind of reheat them, I'm going to pimp it and put in some chili and coriander, fresh coriander and stuff. And today I'm going to make chili for dinner. I have some pinto beans soaking, and I'm going to boil them, and then at some point I'm going to make dinner. And then we played games. We played a game called Heckmeck first, which looks like this. It is a fun game with dice and some tiles, and you're supposed to kind of all the tiles have some worms pictures on them, and the higher the number, the more worms, sort of, but they're in brackets. And one tile is a portion, and you're supposed to get as many worms as possible. It's a very easy game, but it's still quite fun, and use dices to kind of figure out who gets what, and that's really I just love it when it's per chance. I lost as per usual. I play high and just do I take chances sometimes, and then I fail and I lose. And then we played Ticket to Ride, which I had never played before. It was much more complicated than this game, that's for sure. And I lost again. I came last. But it was kind of funny when we started playing. It's oh god, this is so complicated. I've never played it before. This is so much information. I'm playing to lose, is what I said. And then others look at me as what? And I said, I don't care. I play for fun. I don't care about winning. So there's that, and that's all good. Anyway, I am currently reading 13 skremmende noveller, which is 13 frightening short stories, written by 13 Norwegian authors. So this is a Norwegian short story collection of horror stories, and I've read the first one and I'm started the second one, and I think this is the book I am going to focus on today. It is the book club pick for the horror book club that I'm in for May. That being said, I'm probably not making the book club meeting this month because it's the last Sunday of May, and that last weekend of May I am in Oslo for the Oslo Veg Fest. So that's something I'm looking forward to. Yeah, May is going to be a busy month, that's for sure. But it's all good. And yeah, and the guests left quite late last night. So today I am very tired, so I am going to take it very easy this sprint. I have coffee, by the way. I have this Moomin mug today, which is like they're on the beach. There's tall Tiki there even. Oh. And then there's like Moomin looking for shells. Very summery. It's not summer yet by far, but it's spring. Today it's a grey and gloomy day, I guess. But we've had so many sunny days, and yesterday was actually, it was raining like from about 5 or 6 o'clock, I think. But the morning was really sunny, so I could sit outside. So I did actually sit outside, and when my friend came, the sun was kind of still there, but not quite. But we still, in the beginning, we like sat outside on the balcony and had coffee and solved the crosswords, just on pure stubbornness. It was like, it's spring, we're going to sit outside. So that was nice. But it's nice to have friends over, that's for sure. All right, let's get into the chat, shall we? Hello, Keiko. How are you today? Good to see you. Hello, Alina. New here, but no, you've been here before a few times. I'm good. I'm glad to hear that. I am reading Promise Me by Sarah Kate. Oh, I don't know that book. What is it about? What kind of book is that? Keiko says, I'm very done with this work week. Oh no. Did you work on Friday, by the way? Or do you have 1st of May off in Germany as well? It's sometimes hard to tell because sometimes you have the same days off as we do, but sometimes you don't. The new coworker did stuff again. Oh no. And I'm first going to get lunch. Yeah, good. I hope you've gotten some lunch, Keiko, because you need food, right? And hello, Renee. How are you doing? Good to see you. Yeah, when my friends arrived yesterday, they were the ones that had brought Ticket to Ride, and I got really excited when I saw that they had Ticket to Ride because I know you play Ticket to Ride. And I've been like dying to try it, and it was fun. I really don't care about losing. I actually, there was like all these rules and I didn't understand them, so I did a lot of mistakes, but whatever. But I actually did manage to build my longest rail route that I was supposed to build. So, and it's all good, all fine. And Alina says hello to Renee. Renee says, yesterday I played Fibbage with friends and read. Oh, that sounds like a really good Saturday. Like, I know, it's just playing board games and stuff. It's so much fun, or card games for that matter. It's so much fun. I think it's underrated, to be honest with you. On Friday I went to do mini golf with friends. Oh wow! I don't think I've done mini golf since I was like a child, which was a long time ago. I'm probably really bad at that as well, but whatever. Today the plan is reading and then the cinema. Oh, what are you going to see? What are you going to see in the cinema? I haven't been to the cinema in a good while. I am going to see what's on. I have actually a free ticket from work. Last year I was supposed to use my free ticket because we got one. Like previously, first year was the first year we got one free ticket. Last year we got 2 free tickets the previous years, and then I could take my partner. And then last year I was planning on using mine and then buy my partner a ticket, and then it was like the end of the year and I tried to use it and I was told it wasn't valid. So that was really annoying, and I don't know what that was about, but who knows. And Renée has never really gotten into crosswords, really. I think they're fun. Yeah, they're fun. I also have some jigsaw puzzles, but I think I'm going to save them until like when the days are darker and longer. Because they're more like an autumny, wintry kind of activity, I think. So I think I'm going to like save the jigsaw puzzles until the shorter days. And Renée says, "Oh well, you win some, you lose some, or just lose some." in my case, I tend to lose games, but I really don't care. I'm not competitive, so it's all fine. It's all good. Well, anytime you play a new game, it's going to be confusing. That is very true. That is very true. But Heckmate was so easy. It's you don't really have to. It's so easy to learn. Renée is currently reading The Earl Takes Us All by Lorien Heath. Oh, that's a book in a series you're reading, isn't it? I think you're reading a series of books. Is that a part of that? Or am I totally misremembering things? Let me know. Yay for finishing Longest Rail. Yeah, I didn't get like longest. There was another player that had a longer route than I had altogether, but I actually managed to finish my longest one, and it was quite long. And even so, but I got like a lot of minus points for not finishing two of them, so nah, that's all good. I don't care, it's fine. Going to see Devil Wears Prada too. Oh yeah, I know Rita watched it and really enjoyed it. I haven't even seen the first one, so I don't think I'm going to see the second one, unless I watch the first one and then go to see the second one, but I don't know. I know it's supposed to be fun, but I'm also thinking, like, if I'm going to see the film, I'd like to read the book first, and I haven't read. Yeah, it's all, you know, it's me. I'm very much like, oh, I have to read the book first, and it gets stuck in my head that I need to read the book first, and it's very hard for me to watch the film. And yeah, it is what it is. You got a ticket for free from work. Yeah, it's like a Christmas gift. It's very common for people to get a Christmas gift from work. I've had that other workplaces as well. It's been more or less, what can I say? Sometimes it's been crap. I once got a hat. Like everybody got like a hat in like thin cotton, and I can't even remember how it looked like. I probably gave it away or something, unless I still have it somewhere. I don't know. But I'm very peculiar about my hats, so I was like, why do you give people hats? I know it's like for sporty thing, but not everybody likes all colors and stuff, so yeah, that was very odd. But cinema ticket is really good. We used to get 2, but no, the last couple of years we got 1. And Renée says, you might win next time you play Ticket to Ride. Yeah, I doubt it. I don't care enough about winning, I think. I as I said, I'm not competitive, so I just play for fun. So I tend just to see, oh, can I do this? And if I don't win, I'm going like, well, oh, well. And I think there was like even a comment during the night about like how I didn't really care that it's like in this Heckmeck game when my partner kind of stole like one of my tiles, because that's one of the things you can do. You can steal a tile from another player if it's face up on top of a stack, and you get the exact number of points, then you can steal. And when my partners stole that, I was like, okay, well, there you go. I didn't get angry or annoyed or anything, because it's a part of the game. And I also stole tiles, but I still lost. So, it's okay. And hello, Annette. How are you doing? Good afternoon, I think we'd say, because it's 12:21 here. But good to see you. Are you having like nice warm weather in Ireland these days, or are you having gloomy, rainy day as well, like we have? Well, it's not raining, but it's kind of grey and gloomy. And Renee says hello to Annette. And Annette says hello to Renee. And Renee says, is it? Maybe. Is it? Oh, it's probably about the thing. I don't remember what I said. Well, it is a romance book, so companion series, if so. All right, okay. I understand. I played Ticket to Ride with a friend some weeks ago. She hadn't played it before, but misunderstood the rules. Yeah, it's very easy to misunderstand the rules because they're kind of complicated, I think. And it's like, even though you have like them read aloud, I find it very hard to focus when others read to me like rules. So, and there's so many of them, and I get like overwhelmed by all the rules. So I get like, and yeah, but it's all good. It's just for fun. I don't know, but I play for fun. I don't play to win. I play for fun, and I think that's kind of a good way to do it, I think. So Renee says, funny enough, we got almost same scores. Yeah, or she got minus, I got plus. I had 140, she had 40. Yeah, I think I had 87 or something. But yeah, it's all good. All good game. And it says, I'm just home from grocery shopping now. I need to do dishes and laundry. I'll be listening to 6 Little Words by Sally Page. What kind of book is that? Is it like, I don't know that book. Is it like a romance, contemporary fantasy? What is it? Let me know. Renee says, I got a Christmas gift from work, but never to the cinema. Yeah, but it's like the cinema's being like owned by the municipality, so it's not that. It's like it's got more expensive for them, but it's not that expensive, if you understand what I mean. True, I'm very non-competitive also, yeah. I think it's... I'm kind of sometimes wondering, if you play a game, like a board game, and you're really competitive, and if you're not doing well, do you get really upset? That must not be so much fun. I think it's much more fun. This is me guessing, of course. But I have a feeling that if you're not competitive and you play a game and you don't win, it's more fun for you. I don't know. Because, yeah, and there's nothing worse than a sore loser, right? So I think it's better if you like just having fun with it and just take it with a laugh. Renee says, just googled, my book is a part of the Hellions of Havisham. Okay. Yeah, I'm not familiar with the book anyway, so... But I hope you enjoy it. So, That's the most important thing. Annette says it's been nice, but a little more grey today. No rain though. That's very uncommon for Ireland. I'm looking forward to go to Ireland again. We haven't been there since March last year. So we're going at the end of July. We're heading to Ireland. So we're flying to Ireland really early in the morning on the 30th, Thursday, and then we're heading straight to Sligo, and then we're staying in Sligo until the Sunday, 2nd of August, and then we're doing the Cemetery Sunday in Mullingar. So we're going to Mullingar, and then we're going to travel from Mullingar to Dublin and stay in Dublin until Thursday the 8th. Gosh, I'm... No, it's not the 8th. I am very bad at remembering dates. Thursday the 6th of August, and then we head back in the morning of the Thursday the 6th and go home to Norway. So we'll be in Dublin for the last few days, and I'll probably do a day trip to Kilkenny. Because and it's during the week, so it's probably easier to go. And I think I'll try to go on a day when, not the last day we're there, and then I'll see if I can meet up with some friends in Dublin as well. Or friends. One friend. I do have friends in Ireland, and the fun thing is that most of my friends in Ireland are my friends are friends I've known since before meeting my partner, because I know them from fandom. And that's actually how I met my partner. We went to Eurocon, which is a science fiction convention, and it was in Dublin in 2014. And then I met my partner, and we just kept in touch, and then we went to EasterCon the following year, and hang out a lot, and then we kept in touch, and then summer of 2015 we kind of realized that we were more than friends. I wasn't planning on meeting anyone when I met him. But it is what it is. That's the story. And I have friends that I've met through fandom, and it's good. It's good. So there's like friends that I've known from. It's like Molly Dot I've known since before meeting my partner. Molly Dot I've known since, I think I know actually Molly Dot from Book Crossing and the science fiction fandom. I've been a friend with them probably longer than I've known my partner, basically, I think, ish. I'm not sure. Dates are like very fuzzy for me, and I also have a friend in Galway, or near Galway. So I don't really meet up with her when I'm in Ireland, because I'm rarely in Galway. Unfortunately. I know I could probably do a day trip to Galway from Dublin, but it's still a little bit of a stretch, I think. Renee says there are games with a lot more rules than Ticket to Ride. Yes, it is true. And they're probably making me even more confused and overwhelmed. And then I do even more strange mistakes. And I probably ask more silly questions. Oh, it's all good. And Renee says, true, I mean, it takes time to get good at games. Also, lots of games has a luck aspect to it. Absolutely. And I really like the luck aspect. Luck aspect to the game. Luck. Luck. L-U-C-K. That would be look in Norwegian. Ooh, Anyway. Annette said, I'd say it's women's fiction, though I hate that label. It's about a group of friends who are having a second chance at life, doing things they wish they'd done, art, writing, etc. Romance subplot. Oh, that sounds like a fun. You know the book that I read fairly recently, which is actually this book that was like just laying here, The Beachfront Inn. This is about, this would probably also be women's fiction, I guess, because it's about like three women and how they're in their 50s and life changes for them. I really enjoyed it. I also really like when it's like women closer to my own age and they're like include menopause and things like that. I really like that. But these days, horror. So horror will be today's theme. Hello, Jenny! How are you doing? Sorry I'm late, I slept in. It's all good. We haven't gone into the first sprint yet. How are you doing? What are you reading today, Jenny? Or are you reading? Also, well, I'm going to focus on this today, but this short story collection. Something I'm also doing these days is I started an audiobook on Friday, because I've been like craving some Tolkien, and I picked up the Hobbit audiobook with Andy Serkis as a narrator, and it's so good. It's actually been quite a few years since I last... Oh, I'm really out of focus, aren't I? It's been quite a few years since I last read The Hobbit. It's in a box somewhere, I think. I do have my copy of The Lord of the Rings nearby, but I was like, when I was looking at that, and I was like, oh goodness gracious, the font in these books are so small. I can't remember them being so small. But I have them as ebooks as well. Of course, being among my favorite books, Lord of the Rings and The Hobbit, and like Tolkien. Speaking of Tolkien, when I was in Oxford, the first time I was in Oxford, I actually, at the time, I was a member of the Tolkien Society in Norway, and I actually got in touch with the Tolkien Society in Oxford, and they actually took me around, like, to look at things Tolkien related, and one of them were working in one of the colleges in the university, so I got to see one of like the not hidden libraries, but like a more like a closed library, like not this sort of library where the public would be able to enter. So I was, but he had like a key, and he was like, "Oh, would you like to look at this library?" And I said, "Yes, please." And we went in, and it was like all these really old books and old globuses and stuff. It was really cool. And that felt really special. So thank you, Tolkien, for letting me see cool stuff. Kind of. Renner says, but I stick to Ticket to Ride level games myself. Yeah. Or easier games. Also good. Jenny says, I'll probably keep going with this, with City of the Dead that I'm reading with Noah. Is that like a Resident Evil book? Because I know he's doing like a Resident Evil book club read-along thing. But I can't remember if that was one of them. Jenny says, Andy Serkis is amazing at narrating. Yes, can't wait for this year's reread. Just go for it. Yeah. The Tolkien fan in me is very jealous. Yeah, it was so cool. And sometimes I'm going to like, oh, maybe I should be a member of the Oxford Tolkien Society, even though I'm in Norway. But I mean, you're in Ireland, in the UK, in Britain. I know you're in Scotland, but still. Maybe there's a Scottish Tolkien Society. Oh, Scotland. I want to go back to Scotland. I haven't been in Scotland for, well, I went to Glasgow in 2024, but I didn't manage to see any of my friends. I did my second year work placement in Scotland. I spent 5 weeks in the Scottish borders, in the libraries in the Scottish borders. I was mainly in Hawick, which of course the people that has never been there, not familiar with the place, don't really realize that Hawick is pronounced Hawick because it's written Howick. But it's Hawick. And they had like some public holidays that was like very specific to the town, which I found really amusing. But as was really nice. I like Scotland. I want to see more of Scotland. Edinburgh is one of my favorite cities in the world, to be honest with you. It's so pretty. I love Edinburgh, and I also love Dublin. And Oslo. And Reykjavik. And Prague. Yeah. And Jenny says, yeah, it's based on game 2. Yeah. I hope the books are... I've never played the games, so I don't really know how... Are the books close to the games, or... I've actually seen the films, or a couple of the films, I think. I saw that with my ex-girlfriend. My ex-girlfriend was also the one who actually introduced me to Heckmech, the game I was talking about in the beginning of the stream. Blah, blah. Renee says, I want to go to Scotland. Never been. Oh, it's really nice. It's like, I think the rules of Ticket to Ride says that the person that has been visited in the most European countries is supposed to start the game. And then I asked, do you count Wales, England, Scotland and Northern Ireland as separate countries? Or are they one? Because if they're separate, that would make 4 for me, because I've been to all of them. So, I don't know. I've been to a lot to the United Kingdom and Ireland. They're like my go-to places. So, Genesis, I love some Scottish tone names. Feels like we just made up pronunciations just to screw with the English. Yeah. And with the poor foreigners, like myself. And it says, I'm going to Prague on Tuesday, never been, it looks beautiful. Oh yeah, I haven't been there in a good while though. I went there in 1995. So that's over 30 years ago. But yeah, it's really nice. Yeah, Prague also looks nice. Yeah, it is really nice. And yep, that's the rule. I need to figure out how many European countries I've been to, because I need to like sit down and think. So I've been to Iceland. I've been to Iceland, I've been to the UK, I've been to Ireland, I've been to Norway, of course, Sweden, Finland, Lithuania, I think Denmark, Poland, Germany, Czech Republic, Slovakian Republic, Austria, Italy, Greece, France, Hungary. Is that it? I think so. My brain is fuzzy today. I'm very tired. I'm not used to going to bed. And mind you, last night when we had friends over, we only drank like pop, water, tea, coffee. only soft drinks. There were no alcohol involved. But I feel like I'm like hungover. But I think it's just because I'm not used to going to bed late. I normally just go to bed like at 9 o'clock, around 9 o'clock. I don't fall asleep immediately. I fall asleep maybe 10:30-ish, but then I get up early. Elena says, I'm also reading Tourist Season by Brian Weaver. Okay. Jenny says, we are separate countries, but also one. Exactly, that's why it's confusing. I'm supposed to count the four of them, or I'm supposed to count one as one. It gets wonderfully confusing, especially given that Northern Ireland is UK, but not Britain. Yeah. So I've been to the UK, and I've been to Britain. Because I've been to all of them. Like all four of the United Kingdom. And then also you have the British Islands, which includes the Republic of Ireland, which makes it even more confusing for a lot of people. I've been to Sweden, Finland, Denmark, France, Italy, Greece, Hungary, Spain, Andorra, UK, Liechtenstein, Germany, Latvia. Oh, I've been to Belgium as well. I almost forgot. I went to Brussels a few years back. Lovely city, actually. Really enjoyed it. Yeah, I need one of those travel maps, I think, and just like plop in all the countries I've been to, like for the world. Because I've been to some countries outside of Europe as well. Not that many, but some. I've been to the US, Canada, Tunisia, Malta. Malta is a part of Europe, actually. Malta, India, Indonesia, Thailand, Australia. But not that many outside of Europe. But inside Europe, I've been to quite a few countries. Jenny says, I think that I might start traveling more starting next year. I've only been abroad once, and it was to Greece. Jenny, you should come to Norway. I think you'd like Norway. Come to Norway, come to Oslo, and I'll meet up with you, and I'll drag you around to all the bookshops that are really cool. Yes. Let's do that. Oh, it jumped. Renee says, I mean, it's not is it not kind of like Costa Rica? It's part of UK, but you also have your own culture and whatnot. Yeah, but... no, I mean the UK and Britain and stuff like that, like the Scotland and stuff. They also have their own government. You have like the government of Scotland. I'm not sure about how Costa Rica is regards to the US with the authorities and stuff. But the Scottish government has quite a lot of power. I remember when there was like this big debate on whether Scotland was about to leave the UK or not. And that was before Brexit. Because I remember visiting one of my friends in Scotland, and we were sitting and we were like debating the whole thing. And I think most of my Scottish friends, well, I actually got to see one of my Scottish friends when I was in Scotland last time, because they are in fandom. That's how I know them. But yeah, so I think most of my Scottish friends were actually leave the UK. And if they'd done that, they would probably still be a part of the EU, because I think most of them was also like stay for Brexit. Yeah, but I also remember very well I was in Ireland when they were like decided to leave the EU, the UK. That's another story entirely. And Renee says, I mean, Scotland has had independent talks every few decades. Yeah, they do. And I'm also reading Just Friends by Haley Pam. Oh, that's a lot of books you're currently reading. I'm trying to stick to as few as possible these days. I used to have a lot of currently reading books. And then I was like so overwhelmed by all the books I hadn't finished. So I just went like, no, I'm going to cut down on this. And I had like a couple of years, 2 or 3 years, I had like a goal to come down to a certain amount of books. And now I'm currently reading, well, 2 books. And then I have 2 paused books. I have some books I've paused, but I haven't made them. They're not part of my TBR because I might or might not pick them up again. I think some people would call them soft DNFs, but I don't use that phrase. I pause them, and in Storygraph you can actually use the pausing. You can pause books. So yeah. I just finished reading The Dead Romantics by Ashley Poston. Was it good? I hope you enjoyed it. Renee says, I remember a recent People said not to have Scotland be independent because they only had 5 million inhabitants, which is silly. Norway is independent. We're just over 5 million. That's true, and so is Ireland, actually. Ireland and Norway has a similar amount of population. And I think my friends, they were for leaving the UK and being independent. And one of my friends was like, yeah, and we actually, I would say like Aberdeen, you have like the oil. So I think a lot of English people were against Scotland leaving the UK because that would mean that their economics would be worse. But they actually would do very well as like, when you looked into things, that Scotland would be really, wouldn't have problems being independent, as far as I've understood. Though I'm not an expert, I'm not even Scottish, I just have Scottish friends, and stayed a lot of time in Scotland as well. Renee says, also Iceland is a country with under 1 million. Yeah, I think they're like 500,000 or something. There are not many. Elena says, I love Iceland. Yeah, me too. It's such a beautiful country, and I've been there twice. I would love to go back. There's a YouTube channel called All Things Iceland, and it's made by an American woman who's moved to Iceland. And it's really good and it's fun, and I like how all like these, there are all these things, and I'm going like, yeah, you could say that about Norway as well because there's similarities, but then again, Iceland used to be part of Norway, and a lot of the Icelandic people are descendants of Norwegians, of course, the Vikings, and sorry, meant Puerto Rico, right? According to Google, they have a governor, but yes, still under Donald Trump. Poor people. That's all I have to say about that. Jenny says, I still think the referendum was rigged. Oh, yeah. Nobody seems to know anyone who voted to stay. I've heard about a couple of people who voted to stay. But yeah, most of my friends. But then, of course, my group of friends in Scotland, they're pretty much... they're pretty left-leaning, I guess, most of them. But yeah, it's very odd when you talk to Scottish people. It's like nobody seems to, yeah, so maybe you're right, who knows? Who knows? And that, my friends, was the end of the chat. Oh, I have been blabbering. It's 10 to 1, friends. Let's go into the first sprint. I am going to put 35 minutes on the clock, and I will see you in 35 minutes. Welcome back. How did that sprint go for you? What did you do? How did it go? I managed to read a little bit, but I am not as focused. I also chatted a little with friends, and what else did I do? Not much. Chatted with my partner. Managed to get a cold drink. Because I wanted a cold drink. And feeling extremely tired, to be honest with you. So I think next sprint will be longer, so I can do a little bit of meditation and stuff, I think. So I think next sprint will be 50 minutes. So I can do a little bit more, like read a bit more, do some meditation, things like that. I think that will be my next sprint. So 50 minutes next sprint instead of 35 minutes. So, and yeah, how did my reading go? I got a little bit further into the short story, but I didn't read as much as I thought I would. So I just read a few pages, but it's fine. I'm not supposed to stress about reading anything these days, so it's all good. So Jenny said, and I guess this was just as we were going into the sprint. Jenny said I was living abroad. Worth it. Paperwork and anxiety seems stressful. We were talking about the whole referendum in Scotland about leaving the UK back in... When was it, Jenny? Do you remember which year it was? I don't remember which year it was. I just remember... It feels recent, but I don't think it's as recent as I think it is. Because this was before Brexit. And I think Brexit was 2015, wasn't it? So I think it must have been like 2 or 3 years maybe before that. So maybe 2014, no, it's 2013, 2012. Am I totally misremembering? I don't remember. Oh gosh. Yeah. Helena says, read 71 pages, 11 chapters read, and 23% into my book. That's very well done. Got distracted. Yeah, that happens. Switching to Tourist Season by Brian Weaver. I hope that's easier to read and that you can stay focused. Jenny says, no reading this time. That's fine. I actually got distracted with game on my phone. Yeah, that happens. I can see that happening. That happens to me a lot too. Something I also did was chatting on WhatsApp with Ben. So, so that's something. Yeah. 2014 was the vote. So that was the referendum in Scotland. All right, yeah, because I thought it was like very shortly before the Brexit was 2015. Or was it No, it was 2016. Brexit was 2016 because it was the same year as my partner moved to Norway. So my partner moved to Oslo. I was living in the southwestern Norway at the time. And but I've known my partner since 2014, and then my partner had just moved to Norway like in May, and then we spent some time together in Ireland because it was still did like some stuff in the Irish flat or the house in Ireland before moving out. So that was 2016 actually. So Brexit was 2016. So yeah, it sounds correct that the Scottish referendum was in 2014. Hello Sally, how are you doing? Just popping in to say hello before the dreaded housework and ironing mountain. Ironing, it's the worst. I never iron anything except for my Bunad shirt, which has to be ironed. Otherwise, it's like when I buy clothes, it's like, does this have to be ironed? Yes, no, not buying that. Because I refuse to iron things if I can avoid it. Yeah, no, don't like ironing at all. How is Melody? Is she okay? I hope she's okay. And that was actually the end of this chat. That was a very short and quick chat. So, yeah, so as I said, my next sprint is going to be, my brain is fried today, 50 minutes, so that I could do a little bit more stuff. So, yeah, as I said, I only read a few pages, so the short story I am currently reading is by an author called, my brain is not good. It's a double name with an hyphen, and Håkonsen is the last name. And I just love that my brain is fried. But yeah, it's the same author who wrote Galgidans, which is it's a Norwegian horror book. And it was that was a really it's not like ghost story kind of scary, but there's like some scenes in that book that is so yucky. I actually almost threw up. And you might think that that's a bad thing, but that to me is like, okay, so this is really well written. If you can, as an author, can create that emotion within me, that's well written. So it's the same author that wrote this, but this short story is more like a ghost story, I think. It'll be interesting to see how it continues. It's a very Norwegian short story. There's like they've been like out in the mountains, and there's like a snowstorm, and it's very, very cold, and I just want to wrap a blanket around me from reading this. Because it's like, I can just feel the cold. It's yeah. I think this author is really, I think this is like our contemporary big Norwegian horror writers, I think. Jenny says, I'll definitely read this time. Can't have Noah beating me through our buddy reads. You can't. I don't know what Noah is up to today. I think he was streaming yesterday, but I was busy yesterday, so I couldn't pop into his stream, unfortunately. So yeah, I was busy all day yesterday. I had like guests and stuff, so but yeah, I haven't I don't know how he's doing with this read. So yeah, but you have to get going with your buddy read. I can understand that. I am also going to try to focus more on the reading, and also I'm giving you a little bit more time with the 50 minutes. And I am going to also do some meditation, because I think I need that. So that's what I'm going to do this sprint. So yeah, as I said, I also have this audiobook, but I really need to get going in this physical book. And it's actually really good for me to actually try to sit down and focus and try to get some some reading done. And it's also good for me to like sit down and read and focus on the reading, I think. So yeah, I've seen him doing these body reads on his Discord, but yeah, I'm not sure hard they are to get, these books. Probably not that hard, but well, I don't know. Maybe being in Norway and all those things. Yes, I am going to. If you want to join my Discord, I'm going to leave a link in the chat to my Discord, so you can join if you want. It's free. You can enjoy whatever. All I ask is to follow the rules, which is basically behave. There's some other stuff, but that's basically it. So, yeah, I think it's good. It's good to have a little bit of a community, so that's the link to my Discord. So if you want to join, you're very welcome to join. And I guess we're going to go into the next sprint, 50 minutes, as I said. And I'll hopefully see you in 50 minutes. Welcome back from that sprint. How did that go? What did you do? So this sprint I did a meditation, which I really needed, and I still feel really tired, but I really needed that meditation. And I managed to finish the short story that I was reading, so that felt really good. That short story did not end as I expected. There was a twist. And how often do you get like really surprising twists in short stories? I don't know, but it was good. It was good. So now I am ready to start a new short story in this short story collection. So I'm 22% into the book. So I know it's not a lot, but getting there, you know. I also started boiling some pinto beans that I'm going to use for my chili later on. So, not like super productive, but I'm not aiming to be like super productive today. Today is going to be chilling day. But I need food, so we need food. Everybody needs food, so it's good to make some food and have something to eat. And if it can be leftovers, that is great, because I love it when I have a week when there's leftovers and I'm able to kind of plan the week accordingly. Next week is going to be busy. I am going to, what am I going to do next weekend? I am going to a conference of sorts, so I'm starting on Monday in the office just shortly. I'm not going to be there very early. I think I can start 9 o'clock, and then after being there for a little while, like checking up emails and stuff like that, I can head to a course that I'm going to, which is has to do with the library system that we have, and then I will be going to the library systems conference for Tuesday and Wednesday, which is here in Fredrikstad, so I don't have to travel or anything, so that's really nice. I was there 2 years ago, and then it was in Mo I Rana, which is up in the north. Last year it was in Steinkjer, and I wasn't able to go because money and stuff, and I was busy. And next year, I'm not sure where it's next year. I am still hoping that I can go next year, but I'm not sure if I'm allowed to due to money. Because there's another person from my work that is going to be at the next one, but after that I hope I can go. So we'll see. But yeah, it's going to be good, and I'm not sure on Wednesday whether we'll be done and then I can just head home, or if we need to do if I need to help out with the something work related stuff. But we'll have to wait and see. We'll have to wait and see. So let's have a look at the chat. And Renee says, "Oh, missed the chat a bit outside, being outside reading. I wish I could sit outside and read today, but it's too cold. It's not sunny, so it's too cold." And Lenny says, "I'm going to make a cup of coffee. I'll be right back. I hope the coffee is good." Renee said, "Read about 100 pages and had lunch. Well done." Oh, I haven't had lunch. I sometimes I just forget. I should probably eat something next sprint. I'm going to have another 50 minutes sprint, so I can eat something. Not sure what though, but should eat something. Had a late breakfast though, but should probably eat something. I think that would be good. Not quite sure. I'll see. Should probably eat something, because I think it's a good while until I'll make dinner anyway. Jenny says 39 pages done. I feel I need to focus more. Maybe more coffee. Maybe more coffee. Maybe. Might be the clue. Or the thing that you need. Yes, coffee is good. I am probably not going to have more coffee today, I think. I think I'm done with the coffee, but I might have a cup of tea. Cup of tea. That's kind of also a thing. Lunch was cucumber, tomatoes, beans, and taco salsa. I love the beans. Beans are nice. Beans, and beans are good for you. Yeah, so the chili I'm going to make is actually loads of beans. It's I think I'm going to make 3 or 4 different types of beans into it. So I have kidney beans, I have black beans, I have the pinto beans, and might put in, I'll see, I think I have some sort of beans in the freezer. I'm not sure if it's black-eyed beans or black-eyed peas is what it's called, but it's a type of bean, or if it's brown beans, I'm not quite sure. But it might be enough with 3 types of beans in the chili, and also usually put in grated carrot. So there's that. We'll see. Well, we'll see. Anyway, yeah. Food, beans. I love beans. Jenny, coffee is not good. Coffee is life. If the coffee is not good, Jenny, it's not the right coffee. I refuse to drink bad coffee. I've had enough. I actually didn't drink coffee until I found coffee that I liked. Because what's the point? Why waste your life on drinking bad coffee? That's my opinion. It's the same with beer, actually. I don't like. So a lot of the beer not anymore, but previously, a lot of the beer you got in Norway was really, really crappy. So that wasn't great. So yeah, I know. I know coffee can be something people just drink to stay awake. I don't get. Coffee doesn't make me awake. If it did, I would probably be more awake by now, but I'm not. Renee says, I still don't do coffee. I like tiramisu and mocha chocolate. That's it. I actually don't. I tried tiramisu, but I didn't like it. I don't know why, but it's. So yeah, for me, it's like I need the coffee to be like light roasted beans. Otherwise, it's too bitter. It's like it tastes kind of charcoaly to me. I can definitely. Like when it's like dark roasted, I can feel the dark, bitter taste. That it's kind of it's not so nice in my opinion. But I also like tea, but I'm also kind of very. I don't know what to do with this dress. Yeah, I don't know. When it comes to coffee, but also hot chocolate. But yeah, I don't like my coffee to be sweet, so I don't like sugar in my coffee, and I don't like. I'm not very a mocha sort of person. But yeah, I think. But I each to their own. I don't think it's like wrong for people to drink like mocha or whatever. But it's not for me. It's not for me. So So yeah, that was the end of the chat. And we have been chatting for almost 10 minutes now. So I guess it should be time to go into the next sprint, I think. So I'm not quite sure how many sprints I will be doing today. Because I am very tired, so but I'm going to do at least one more sprint, and after that sprint, in the next chatty bit, I'll decide what I do, whether I'll do another sprint or not. I don't really know. I'm wondering if I can do like a I can't. Can I do like a... I was wondering if I could do like a... What do you call it? A vote, sort of. I don't really know. But yeah. René says, I might finish during the next sprint. Only 60 pages left. Yeah, you read really fast, René. I don't read fast, so... I also want to do some other things, I guess. Yeah. But yeah, so I don't know. Yeah. I think it's under poll rather than vote. But I don't find any poll thing here in my thing. I use OBS for this thing. So I don't really know how that works. If I could do like a poll. I don't think there's a poll option here. I can't find any poll option. Jenny says, you're a reading machine, René. Yes. Yes, you're René. You're speeding through those pages. I'm very impressed. And René says, yep, kind of on this year's 68th book. I've read 13 books this year, and I'm very pleased with that. It's less than I would read previously, but for me, it's with my goal. I had 12 books as a goal this year. I'm not going to stress about things. I'm going to take it easy. I was also supposed to kind of work on my reading journal. I've not been very good at that, but I should kind of get back to that, I guess. But yeah. Yeah. Jenny says, damn, I around 35. That's also really good, Jenny. That is also really, really good. René says, a friend bragged about having finished 30 books last week. I cropped my mouth shut. But 30 books so far in this year is good. It's really good. It's more than the average person reads. And I mean, it's not about how many books you read, you know. If you read a lot of books, that's fine. If you don't read a lot of books, I mean, if you read like 10 books in a year, that's also more than no books in a year. If you read 2 books a year, that's more than none. I don't think it doesn't really matter. I think as long as you enjoy what you're reading, and yeah, I think it's all fine. And René says, but have in mind I don't work or go to university. But still, lots of time to read. But there, yeah, kind of it's like what I told one of the a patron the other day. I was like, oh, I'm looking forward to be retired and I have lots of time to read. But yeah, I can't retire in a good while with this economy. I kept my mouth shut, yeah. True, 30 is a lot, agreed, but less than me, not than me, than me. This is the thing with, I know a lot of English speakers say then instead of than, but then would be the same as, like if you have a sentence like, I worked in the city then. Jeg jobbade I byen den gången. So it's more like a time thing, and then is a comparison word. So, yeah. So every time I read then instead of then, I have to like think for a minute, and then it's like, oh no, it's not then, it's then. It crashes in my head. Yeah. Renee says, I agree. It's about enjoying the books, not how many exactly. Jenny says, could you imagine if this said you could only read 12 books a year? The scrutiny that would go into those selections. Yeah, I just read. I this year I'm all about emotional reading and all about not stressing about it. That's why I set my goal to 12. So like one a month, I was like thinking I could read at least one a month. I am also going to read a book on meditation and mindfulness. I haven't quite decided which one yet, but I'm thinking of maybe reading Mindfulness in Plain English that I have on my shelf. That's what I'm looking up, because I have it on my shelf. And that will probably take a while to read. But I have some other books that I need to read as well. I've borrowed a couple from the library that I should also read. So I borrowed Coffin Moon, which is supposed to be really good, which is a horror book, but I am thinking of maybe handing it back and then reading it later on, because I'm not sure. I'm not really in the mood for that right now. I'm not that in... I love horror. I absolutely love horror, but I'm not sure if I'm in the mood for that. So, and I also have some arcs that I want to read. And I also borrowed this one, which is Penger for livet. So this is all about retirement, like money, like pension. So, so this is by Lene Drange and Tore L. Hauge. And Lene Drange is really known, well-known private economist, about private, she knows a lot about private economy, and this is all about like things to do when, I guess, but I'm already in my 50s. So, what are you getting in like pension according to age? And it's interesting to see how much you kind of think you earn per year. Because I mean, I'm in a low-paying job, being a librarian, so that also affects how much I'll get when I retire. So yeah, but I think this will be an interesting read, even so. And I know when I was in my 40s and I was talking about like retirement, I was like, oh no, I don't have the capacity to think about this, and I wish I had. I actually didn't have the capacity to think about it because I had so much going on. But I wish I had the capacity to think about it and start like savings and stuff like that and prepare for the future. But I've already started a little bit of a savings account, so I have that already. So I'll see what I'll do. Who knows? And yeah. Uh, and Renee says, oh, well, choosing one book each month, difficult. Or you could just do like emotional reading and just pick up whatever you want. Yeah, I asked myself, meant that then, yeah. And then, and Jenny says, might get rid of some of the slop that keeps coming out. There's a lot of, I've actually DNF'd some books this year but they've been arcs. They've been arcs. So, I don't know. I have a couple of other, I have a few arcs. I actually even also picked up, I'm now at 81%, my score on NetGalley is 81%. So I want to push that up before I ask for something new. And I have a couple of books on my Kobo, arcs on my Kobo that I'm kind of excited to get to. So I'm not sure about this short story collection that I'm currently reading. I'm not sure if I'm going to read the whole thing. So I might actually stop. I don't know. I don't know. I might stop it and then... because I've read two, the first one was okay, but the second one was the one that I really wanted to read. And it's a short story collection, so I'm going to have a look at it. It is the book club pick, but I'm not going to go to the book club, so I might just say that, okay, I've read the most interesting short story in the short story collection that I was most interested in reading, so I might just hand it back to the library. And I really need to get going on my mindfulness and my meditation and mindfulness teacher training, and that's something I also want to focus a bit more on going forward. All the choices. All the books. There's too many books and too little time. I think that's the conclusion to everything. I really, I'm looking forward to retire and being able to read more. That would be very nice, thank you. And Renee says, 81, amazing. Mine is still 28%. But I think you probably asked for a lot of books. Because I've been very mindful about what I'm asking for. I've not asked for things I'm not really interested in, so I'm just asking for things that I'm interested in. And I'm not planning on reading too much. I also got like one of the books that I have on my Kobas and Arc that I got from NetGalley is Jessica Redland book, and I've read a few of her books already, especially in December couple of years ago and last year, and I really enjoy those books, so I'm really excited to get to that as well. So I might actually, I'm thinking maybe I should just say that, okay, I'm happy with what I've read in the short story collection, and now I'm going to switch to this book. I don't know. Decisions. I want to read more NetGalley in May. That's a good goal for me, I think. It's then you can like up your percentage. I think that's a good goal. I also want to do focus more on my arcs at some point. Jenny says, my TBR is scaringly enough without something like... my NetGalley is scary enough without something like NetGalley. True, Jenny. Very, very, very true. It's not like my TBR keeps getting shorter. It never does. Not even without NetGalley. I have so many ebooks. It's not even fun. Excuse me. It's it's something to say the least. Yeah, I don't understand. It's like you think that you read and you read and you read. Maybe your TBR will get shorter, but no, it never gets shorter, does it? It just gets longer. And Renee says, yes, I had completely quitting NetGalley, but then I just... But then... yes, I had complete... Oh, sorry. Misreading. I had complementing quitting NetGalley. But then I just so many good books on there. I'm having trouble understanding, Renee. Write in Norwegian if you want. I can translate. I need I need to stop shopping, Jenny says, but there's so many books that want me to adopt them. Famous last words, Jenny. Famous last words. I heard Ben also talk about quitting shopping books. I can't see it happening. And I think it's the same with you. I can't see it happening with you either. And Renée says, no, because authors keep writing amazing books. Exactly. And then you discover new authors. And then there's like, it doesn't help reading books in more than one language, Renée. Does it? I couldn't quit because too many good books on NetGalley. Okay. Also authors with backlist. Yeah, there's just too many books, too little time. Authors need to stop. Maybe we should just ask all authors and all publishers just to stop publishing for a year. Just a year. Can they please? Just for a year? That would be helpful. Jenny says, if the world ends, I have plenty to read. Yep, same. It's very handy. I'm not run out of any reading material anytime soon. Renee says, well, I don't read a lot of Norwegian books, but I do read some. Yeah, I also don't read a lot of Norwegian books, but I do read some. And I also read books in Swedish. I can read books in Danish, but I haven't really done that much for no particular reason. It's just, I don't know. I don't think they're as easy for me to get to as Swedish books. I mean, I live close to Sweden, so I do go to Sweden every now and then. And there are books coming home with me sometimes. They do say people who read live longer, so there is that. Oh, I never had heard that before. Do you have any sources to that claim, or is it just something you've heard? That would be interesting if they've done research on that, because that would be super interesting. Renee says, my latest DNF is actually a Norwegian book. Oh, really? For the short story collection, I wouldn't really consider it a DNF because it's a short story collection. And I think that you don't have to read all the short stories in a collection if you're just, if you're interested like a couple in the book. Like I was basically interested in one short story in this collection. But yeah, I don't know. Miraklenes Tid by Karen Forberg. I don't know this. I don't know this book actually. Karen Forberg. Who is this? Who is this? have a look here. Looks. Karen Forberg, Miraklenes tid. Oh, right. Wait, what? I am very confused. So there is a book called Miraklenes tid by Hedvig Montgomery, which is a book of Karen B. Forberg. Oh, there it is. Okay, right. I got a lot of hits on Google for other books called Miraklenes tid. Right, so it seems like the serious title is Miraklenes tid, and then the first book is called Det første bryllupet. Karen B. Forberg. Det første bryllupet er første bok i serien Miraklenes tid. Et gripende slektsdrama fra de omveltende tiårene før og etter mirakelåret 1814. Kjærlighet og svik, vennskap og fiendskap veves sammen i en fargerik fortelling om menneskeskjebner i en verden i endring. Okay. Oh, you can actually look into the book. There's the first thing in the book is like a Bible quote. Yeah, nah. I don't think that's for me, to be honest with you. And that's fine. That's totally fine. That is totally fine. You don't have to like everything, you know. And DFNA, if you don't like the book, DNF, it's fine. Jenny says, I wonder if it's because we're usually introverts and live crazy life through our books. Maybe. Yes, I mean, if somebody asked me, what is like if you would rather go to like a big party with loads of people and loud music, or would you sit in bed on a Saturday night, or sit in like in the couch on a Saturday night with a hot cup of hot tea and read a book? I know what I would choose. I don't know about you, but I know what I would choose. It would definitely not be the big party. Renee, it's a new book, debut author, historical book, sadly just boring. That's fine. It's fine. I gave it 40 pages. Yep, 40 pages. It's fine. Popular title, apparently. Is it? It's not on top of our list in the library I work in. It's not the most popular book in that there. It's not about not top 10. Genesis, historical. It broke my heart when I heard a book set in the 80s and 90s called Historical. It wasn't that long ago, was it? Oh no. Nope. But I remember I worked as a school librarian at some point, and I had, this was 20 years ago. And I had pupils, and they were like born in the 90s, and when we talked about the books that were like published in the 90s, and they were like, oh, but that book is so old. And then I was like, oh, but darling, it's 10 years ago, it's not that long ago. So yeah. No, I mean, I was in uni in the early 90s. No, mid-90s. Mid-90s to late 90s. I graduated from my first degree in 99. And mind you, we are older when we're in uni in Norway compared to Britain. And Renee says, oh my, no, that's not historical at all. It isn't. I refuse. 1980s history? No. I meant ho, not ho. I understood. Book, definitely. Genesis, I could learn to DNF, but it's too close to defeat and I'm too stubborn. Thankfully, I'm pretty good at quickly judging what I like. Oh, yeah, I don't have patience for books that I'm not into, so I just go, nope, I don't want this, so I just DNF it. It's fine. There's too many books I can read rather than whatever it is I want to DNF. Oh, I mean public title because you found so many Google. Yeah. Yes. Yes, sorry, I misunderstood you, but yes. It seems like it. But it's like the time of miracles. It's not very original, is it? So weird if you're born in the 90s, calling a book from then is old, just calling yourself old. No, but I think it's because for them, they were teenagers, like they were like early teens. So for them, like if a book was like the same year as they were born, then the book was old, but they wouldn't be old. Does that make sense? Renee says, I give book chances. I have read books where chapter 1 is bad, but chapter 2 is amazing. Yeah, I've read a book when I was like, read the first part, first 10 pages or first 20. I think it was like the first 20 pages. I was like, can't stand this book. No, this book is not for me. And here. No, this book is not for me, and I decided that I was going to give it another chance, or give it a little bit more time, and then I decided to continue reading, and then it turned out to be a little book that I really enjoyed. So, but there has also been times where I've read the first chapter and just went, nope, not. This is not for me, and there's something about, sometimes I can just feel like I should keep going and see if it gets better, and sometimes it's just not, if you understand what I mean. Jenny says, if I DNF'd, I'd have never finished Dracula or Bible. Oh, really? First half was really boring, but second half was much better. Oh, I didn't, for me that wasn't the case of either of those. I enjoyed the whole books. I've read both. And I especially remember, I've only read Dracula once, actually. And I read that in the late 1990s. I think probably, when can it have been? I'm not quite sure, but I was reading it and I was visiting a friend of mine. And I was sleeping on the couch. This was when I was a student, and so it was like late 1990s, and I was like on her couch in Sweden, and it was dark outside, and I was reading. I was like creeping more further and further into my sleeping bag because it was like so chilling to read. It's really good though. Really enjoyed Dracula. So yeah, I guess, I don't know. Each to their own. If you don't want to DNF, it's fine. For me, it's just like I just can't. I think. Yeah, I can understand not DNFing because it took me a good while before I started DNFing. But as I've grown older, I just like no. I don't want to. I refuse to use all this time when I could read all the books. I'm not getting any younger. Oh, oh. Uh, Hello, Chris. How are you doing? From San Diego. I guess that's in the US. I think that's in the US. I must admit, we were talking about geography yesterday. I think it was with my partner. Can't remember what it was about, but I was like, I am horrible. I'm not. I'm okay-ish with European geography, but when it's come to US geography, I am so bad. I am horrible with US geography. Um, and it's, you have these shortenings for the states, and I go like all blank, and it's like, what the heck does that mean? I don't understand. And then they say some state name. I'm not saying I don't know any states in the US, I do, but there are states I don't really know of. I wouldn't know if that would be a state or a city. Uh, but San Diego is a city, isn't it? I think it is. Correct me if I'm wrong. And Jenny says hello to Chris. If you want me to call you something else, please let me know. And Chris says hello to Jenny. And Renee says hi to Chris. And Chris says yes, California, USA. I'm not great at geography either. Yeah. I'm decent with Europe, because I've been a lot around in Europe. And I know some of Asia and some of the rest of the world, but I'm not the best. I try. I keep learning. But I mean, US is a big country, but then again, India as well. So I know, like, I know the part of India I've been to, that I know like a little bit about that, but I've also been to the US once, so I know the bits of the US I've been to. Only once I've been to the US. I'm not planning on going back anytime soon, especially not now. um, there's so many other places I'd rather visit at the moment. But it was like, visit it. And Chris says, I get a lot of the US. I get, jeez, I get lost in the US. And I'm from here. Yeah, it is big though. But then again, so is India. India is huge. Norway is just long, long country. So I wouldn't say it's big. It's just long, and we're not that many people because there's so many areas of Norway. It's not inhabitable. And that, my friends, I'm going to start this, and that was the end of this chat. And I am going to go into the next sprint. It's going to be another 50 minutes. I hope you'll stay around for the next chatty bit and have fun reading or being productive, and I'll see you in 50 minutes. Welcome back. Sorry, I lost track of time. I started looking at Hackmech, the game that I talked about earlier, online to see if I could find, because on my Discord, Susan was talking about that her family also used to play Hackmech, and that that they actually had like an extension, and I started looking for if I could find the extension. But so far I haven't had luck on finding it in Norwegian, unfortunately. That being said, that's why that's why I lost track of time. So this sprint I actually didn't read at all, but I started cooking dinner, so my chili is now cooking nicely in the crock pot so that I can have dinner. I I had a look at the pinto beans that I boiled, and I think I know what I did wrong, but that meant that the beans were fairly mushy. So I put all of it into the chili. So we're going to have like a huge portion of chili today. I also have black beans and kidney beans in. So a three bean chili. I also grated up like a carrot into it, and it's tomato and onions and spices, of course, and chili. Of course, chili. But yeah, that's pretty much what I did this sprint. So not much done, to be honest with you. But that's fine. That's fine. No stressing today. And let's have a look at the chat, shall we? And Christina, hello, how are you doing? Good to see you. What you up to today? And Christina, as per usual, remember reminding us to hydrate, feed ourselves, check the laundry, take meds and stretch, and show some love to the like button. Also make sure to sub and ring that bell so that you hopefully get notified, because we all know that YouTube not always the best at notifying. So thank you for all the reminders. Our own booktube mama Christina, it's good to have you here. How are you doing? Jenny says hello to Christina. How are you, stranger? And Christina said, hi, Jenny. I'm okay, busy. Jungis is a senior. So April and May are crazy pants. Hello, how are you? So I know that Christina is in the US, and I'm not quite sure is senior the last year of high school? This kind of confuses me because school systems vary from country to country. But I think if you're a senior, but it's like, I think sometimes I've like, yeah, I mix all these year thingies up. So I think that's the last year of high school, if I'm not mistaken. I think. So yeah, that would be very, very busy with all the exams coming up, I guess. Like, I don't know if the same in the US, but here, like, April and May are like crazy exam months for schools, especially May. And Jenny says, good, just working and or chilling. Probably should be more productive, but bed rot is just wonderfully appealing. Well, it's important not to do too much, you know. It's important to take care of yourself and do some chilling and some relaxing. It is very important. Take care of yourself. If you want to stay in bed for the day and you have nothing else planned, it's fine. Bed is appealing. Bed is nice. Is it bedtime yet? No, it's not bedtime yet. It's just 4 o'clock. 16:06 to be more precise. And Renee says hello to Christina. Elena says hello to Christina, and I'm good. What are you reading this morning? Let me know. Renee says to Jenny, so you tagged me in Jenny, so you tagged me in that video. Fun. We'll do it next week. And Annette says I kept missing the chatty bits, but I did get my dishes and laundry done. Very well done. Good on you. And ate lunch and spoke to my mum on the phone and did a little reading in between. Oh, that sounds super productive and very well done. Jenny says that's another 10% read. Applause, applause, applause. Still not as much as I would have liked. But didn't we just talk about not stressing about reading? But slow and steady wins the race. Exactly so. Exactly so. No need to stress. No need to stress. You're supposed to enjoy your book as well, right? Christina Senior's last year of high school. Yes. And I've had all this high school thing explained to me. Which is very different from here. He just turned 18 at the beginning of April. Wow. Yeah, that's a milestone. 18. I don't know about US, but 18 here is big. It's when you can get your driver's license if you want. I don't have one. I'm in my 50s. I don't have one. And it's fine. It's when you can vote. It's legal drinking age. It's basically the year you kind of legally become an adult. Yeah. Eldest turned 30 near the end of April. Wow, you have big kids. We had to take younger one to prom between birthdays, and the car died. Yeah, I heard about the car. Goodness gracious, still don't have it back. So how are you dealing without a car? Because I've been explained that in the US, you're almost like stuck if you don't have a car. I never owned a car, so I don't have that problem. But the US so different. The US is so different. So you really need a car to get around. And here, yeah, I walk pretty much everywhere. That's what I do. I use my own 2 feet to get around. But yeah, I know I've heard that in the US it's like you can't even cycle a lot of places because it's too dangerous with the traffic, which is not not the best if you're not able to drive. I'm kind of wondering sometimes what do Americans do if they have a disability that makes you not able to drive a car? Because I know that there are people in Norway that they can't drive a car because of disabilities. So how does that work out? Is there a system for that? I don't know. And youngest graduates at the end of May. All the mile sales this year. Yeah, sounds busy. Very, very busy. Sounds hectic, Christina, says Jenny. Yeah, I agree. It sounds very hectic. Yes, lol. 18, you are a legal adult. You can vote, smoke, go to work, but no drinking. That's very strange. Why can't you drink? You can't have a beer, but you can you can go to work, but you can't have a beer. That makes no sense to me. No computer. So Christina says, have we had to borrow hubby's mama's car? But we should be able to get ours back tomorrow. So what does your hubby's mama do? But we should be able to get ours back tomorrow. Hopefully, fingers crossed, if we can figure out how to get down there. 2 hours. It's 2 hours away. Do you have anyone who can drive you there and then you can, or can you take the bus? There's no buses in the US, I think. I've heard the public transport is really, really crap. That's really bad. Jenny says, our funniest year for birthday was the year my sister turned 18. I turned 21 and my mum turned 40. Oh, your mum was very young when she got her first kid. I thought my mum was young. She was 25, 24, 25, I think, when my older brother was born, if I'm not mistaken. I thought that was young. So is 21 a special birthday in Scotland? Because here 21 is just whatever. It's not like anything special. It's 18, and then it's 30, and then it's 40, and then it's 50, and 60, and 70. But 21 is like just a regular birthday in Norway. I don't know about the UK or the US. The US, oh no, you said legal drinking age in the US is 21, so that's probably special there. Is there anything else that happens when you turn 21 in the US? I'm very curious. So we do have drivers through social services to take people to medical appointments, and some counties have public transit, but in the cities we have more buses, taxis, Uber. We don't have all that. Up here we don't have all that. All right. Yeah, Uber is, I think here Uber is seen as pirate taxi, so it's not really legal, I think, if I'm not mistaken, because it's something to do with people driving a taxi. They have to pass a test. They need to pass a test on local knowledge and all those kind of things. So they need a license to drive a taxi, and Ubers are kind of private or something. So, well, taxi companies are private as well, but in a different way. So I think it's like pirate. It's seen as a pirate taxi and hence not illegal. But I've never seen an Uber here. Uber. 21 is legal drinking age here, yeah, but that's it. Is there something else when you turn 21? They lowered it to 18 for a wee bit, but too many people were still in high school, so we raised it back up to 21. But here most people are in the equivalent of high school when you turn 18. So, I mean, a lot of, when you celebrate Rus, when you're graduate, what is equivalent of high school in Norway, and you're Rus, most people drink. I didn't, because I was a teetotaler back then, but, do I have a E on my fluff. Anyway, I was distracted by fluff. Yeah, no, so a lot of the Rus, they drink, and there's all these things connected to that, but yeah. So Jenny says, yeah, she was 18 when she had me. We tend to celebrate 16, 18, 21, and then every decade once 30. No idea why 21 is such a big deal here. Yeah, it's not a big deal here at all. It's nothing really. So I don't know. 18, of course, is a big deal, but yeah. But the US is a Puritan society. So we don't allow a lot of things, and then wonder why we have issues with underage drinking and drunk drivers. Oh, here it's very strict with a lot of things. It's very strict, but it's also... how do you explain this? It's you're giving a lot of responsibility as well, and you're kind of expected to take responsibility for yourself. It's like I know that there has been American tourists in Norway, and they go to the Preikestolen, or the pulpit rock, and then they think it's very strange because this is a very like a tourist destination, and it's like a very, it's in the mountains, and there's like this plateau, and then it goes like straight down into the fjord, and I don't know how many meters is down, like 1,000 meters, or I don't know, but it's very like steep and a very long way down, and there's no railing around it. And then the Americans go, "Oh, how can there not be? What if somebody falls out?" And then we're going like, if you're stupid enough to get, we go, if you're stupid enough to go so far out, so you fall down, then it's your own fault. That's your problem. If you're dumb enough. So we're like, no, you know, you have to take care. You're out in nature. You have to be responsible for your own actions. So yeah. And sex and the human body are things that we don't talk about, only in whispers. We are getting better. I hope you're getting better. It is important to talk about things. I don't believe in secrecy about bodily functions and things, because we're humans. Everybody do things, more or less. Everybody goes to the toilet. Everybody has their period. All female birth, like all people who are assigned female at birth are having their periods, and there's a huge portion of the population that goes through menopause, perimenopause. There's all these things that is a part of life and part of things that people will go through, and it shouldn't be talked about. It should be talked about. And when you look at art, there is a lot of the human body. Here it is. Yeah. I don't know, Christina. I don't understand it. I guess you don't understand it either. I have the impression. So yeah, there's that. So we're just brought up with everything being wrong. So teens tend to drink to see if they can get away with it. It is just not part of the norm. Yeah. So it's not normal, but everybody does it, right? We are weird. Yeah, you are. Or different, all depending on. But yeah, and then I don't know. And people, I think also the whole thing about not talking about, like, especially like sex ed. If you don't have it, I think that is not healthy. I think if you learn, the more you know and the more you learn about it, the more likely you're not likely to have like teen pregnancies and stuff like that. And I know that here now our average age for first time birthers, is that what you call it? Førstegangsfødende is the Norwegian word. So the first time you give birth is quite high. And as a colleague of mine said, we were talking about this, and as a colleague of mine said, it's not because people in general are getting kids later, but it's because there is not as many teen pregnancies anymore because of education. So yeah, I think it's good to know people, and some of the laws that are still on the book are insane, but there are some laws here that I don't agree with. But what can you do? Hello, Elaine. How are you doing? Good to see you. Popped in to hit the like button. Thank you. Christina said, yeah, it is the thrill of doing something you're not supposed to. I think that's the thing for everybody. I think that is the case for a lot of people. No, maybe not everybody, but a lot of people. But there will be exceptions to everything. And Jenny says hello to Elaine, Dragon Mama. Dragon Mama. And Elaine says, hi to Jenny, how are you? Did you see my cute little Highland coo? Found the cutie on Wednesday. Ooh, what is this? Elaine says, education is a good thing, especially when people combine it with critical thinking. Exactly so. Exactly so. Very, 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 very true. It is very important. I don't know how schools are like now, but when I was in school, we actually did learn some critical thinking. And I'm very glad we did. But I think they should probably do now as well. And I think that a lot of school librarians work a lot about like source checking and critical thinking and the whole. I just recently went to a course on critical thinking regards to digital sources and AI and stuff. And fact-checking, and because it's gotten more difficult with AI and things like that. So that was very interesting. But yeah, critical thinking is, and education, very good things. Christina says, I was open with my kids and got yelled at by another parent for my kid talking to hers about sex. Not about them having it, just in general. What? But then again, I've seen there's. I'm going to come back to this. My kid never got into drugs or drinking. Was a virgin until after he was 18. Hers was pregnant 3 times in school and had drinking and drug problems. Yeah, because education and critical thinking it makes you prepared for the world better, I think. But yeah, I last year I saw a film called The Librarians. It's an American documentary about some school librarians in the US. It came out in 2024, I think. I also think it's open to everybody in the US online. I'm not quite sure. I'm going to see if I can find the link in the next sprint and see if I can find it, and if I can find it, I'll link it in the chat. But it was super interesting, and I'll also link it on my Discord. And for those not on my Discord, I will link in the chat the Discord, and yeah, and this is like about librarians and how they like fired because they have like literature with information, basically, and especially if it's LGBTQ plus, and it's like the whole denying and yeah, no, I just say go watch that film. It's such an interesting film. But bring tissues because I started crying watching it. But then again, it's very close to my heart being a librarian and things like that. But yeah. Don't be afraid of information. Information is good. But of course, if you're like a super conservative Christian, you might not like it. Because then you don't have as much power anymore, I guess. Christina says, anytime you hide things for kids, they try even harder to find out. Yeah, don't hide things. Be open about things. I think I'm a big supporter of openness and being open about things, and I don't think it's a bad thing. I think it's very good to be open about things. Elaine says, love your blue hair, Luna, gorgeous, thank you. It was purple and then it turned blue because my hair turns blue after being purple for a little while. So yeah, it's blue now. It was purple. Next time I dye it, I have some other spooky colors, I guess. Not spooky, but I have some other colors. Hello, Darkstar! How are you doing? Good to see you. How are things? What are happening on your part of the world? Anything going on? And Elaine says hi to Darkstar. Elaine says, I've been out of schoolwork for over a decade, but honestly I think they should have a course on critical thinking. Yeah, I think it's common in Norwegian schools to have something. I know that we did that when I was doing, when I was a school librarian. I did I had classes in and talked about source checking and critical thinking. So I think it's important too, absolutely. I don't know about schools in Norway today, but I think I have the impression, at least in high school, I think there's a lot of focus on critical thinking. I don't know about other countries, but I think it is here, because I know some librarians in some schools, and they do focus on critical thinking and source checking and being aware of the sources and things like that. And Jenny says hi to Darkstar, and Christina says yes, Elaine, they should. And one on common sense. Can you teach common sense though? Me saying join me on Discord, and Jenny says, Elaine, why is Kat telling me that I'm in trouble? Should I be begging for forgiveness now? Are you in trouble, Jenny? Where? There's so much happening that is flying over my head, because I'm being kind of other places lately. I'm very tired today, by the way. I had guests, as I've talked about so much already, but I had guests yesterday, and being social takes a lot of energy. Elaine says, I have no idea. Lol, probably just missing you in the chat group. Maybe. Chat. Elaine says to Christina, exactly, wish more parents were having open talks with their kids. Yeah, that's also something I'm very grateful for, because my parents were very open about things. I knew how babies were created at a fairly early age, but then again, my mom is a nurse, so, or was a nurse. She still works shifts from time to time, even though she retired. She retired over 10 years ago. she still works from time to time as like a temp. She's 76. She still works from time to time. So there's that. And Christina says agreed. And Jenny says, my green went blue. Why is the blue trying to force its popularity? I don't know, Jenny. It's very strange. I just know that my hair clings to the blue. Don't ask me why. Elaine says, one thing I miss about working with teens, so many great conversations. Yeah. Ooh. Yeah. Christina says, I love your hair too, Luna. Oh, thank you. I see the purple too. I really like the two colors together. Yeah, I don't know if there's much purple left here, though, to be honest with you. It's gone with a wash. But I was thinking, I have some red hair dye now, so I'm wondering if I dye my hair red, will it go purple? Maybe. That's something to think about. I might actually try that next time. Not sure when I will do that. Not this weekend. Elaine says plus, woohoo, I finally got Discord to work, so yeah, another spot to connect. Yay! That's good. Good. Okay, so we've been chatting for a good while now. I'm going to set my next sprint for a little longer, because I'm pretty sure that we are going to have dinner. I'm getting hungry as well. No wonder, it's 16:31. So it is. It's getting later in the day for sure. And if anyone wonders if this isn't early for having dinner in Norway, no. No, it's not in Norway. So I'm going to start there and go into the next chat. Let's have a look. Next chat. Next sprint is what I'm trying to say. I am going to do 75 minutes, so it's going to be long. I hope you come back after 75 minutes, which is an hour and 15 minutes. And hopefully you'll be back then, and happy sprinting! Welcome back from that sprint. How did it go? What did you do? How are things going for you? So this sprint I had dinner, and I also got a little bit further into The Hobbit. It's so nice because it's been a while since I last read it. So this is a reread for me. I read it at least a couple of times before. And it's so nice to be reading it again. So yeah, got a little bit of a further into it. It's like, I think the pacing is actually faster than I remember for some reason. I am currently into, where am I in the book? It's it's past the goblins. I'm not going to say anything else in case you haven't read it and planning on reading it, so I don't want to spoil. But very, very, very good. Anyway, let's dive into the chat, shall we? So what has happened? Woohoo, I finally got your Discord to work. No, alright, I've seen this. Anyway. Christina said, maybe it's just the darkest spots on my laptop. It looks purple in places. Yeah, because I had my hair like so. And Christina thought that she could see that my hair was purple, but I think it's fairly blue. So who knows? I don't know. But yeah, I need to put it up because that's more comfortable. I should probably have a haircut, to be honest with you. And Jenny said, I'm gonna run away. Still need to go to the shop for food. I hope you got some food, Jenny. I don't know if you're still here. Food is important. It's definitely important. So I hope you got some food. And Elaine said, take care, Jenny. So if you're not here, then I hope you got your food and all those things. Elaine said, woohoo, joined your Discord, Luna. Yeah, I saw that. Very cool. Very welcome. And yeah, my Discord is open for all and everyone, and link is in the description box. It's also somewhere in the chat. But it's not, I only require you to sign like rules and follow the rules, things like that. And hello JK Lambo, or JK. I'm not sure if you want to, what you want to be called. Is it, I think it's something else, but I have a really bad memory. But good to see you. How are things? What are you working on today? And how's book stuff going? How's writing going? Let me know. And that was actually the end of the chat. I'm actually thinking of doing another sprint. Or shall I have another sprint or not? I don't know. I'm not going to do another sprint. I think that will be the last sprint for today. I am really tired. And also there are other people that are currently sprinting, so I'm sure you can find somewhere else to hang. Anyway, thank you for stopping by, and I hope you have a wonderful rest of your day, and I will see you in a week. I'm streaming again next Sunday, sprinting again next Sunday. I hope you see you then, and until then, bye!